standards of the past. On the one hand, there was the licentious tradition of the Regency. Both the future William IV and Victoria's own father lived openly with their mistresses, the actress Mrs. Jordan and Madame Saint Laurent, respectively. On the other hand, there was the new seriousness of the evangelical movement, compounded of a genuine religious feeling and a conviction succession of the regent in 1820 would have children. This was a reasonable assumption, as he already had a large brood of illegitimate children, and his legal wife was young. However, none of his legitimate children survived infancy, his last daughter dying in 1821. Therefore, until 1825, when Parliament, in recognition of the fact that Victoria this display of prudery, there were deeper, half-unconscious motives for the Duchess's action. During the early years of her widowhood, she had resented the neglect with which she had been treated and the lack of support that she had received from the royal family. Moreover, this resentment had been fanned by a man who had strong and unfortunate influence over her, Sir John Conroy, the comptroller of her household. He had been her husband's equerry, and the Duke had made him one of the executors of his will. Of Anglo-Irish descent, Conroy had a certain brash charm, though most of his contemporaries found him essentially vulgar, and his manner with women too familiar. However, both Victoria's mother and her aunt, the Princess Sophia, who also had apartments in Kensington Palace, relied on him implicitly. This was unfortunate. Conroy was a man of considerable ambition who hoped to use his influence over the Duchess to carve out for himself a successful career as the power behind the throne. If William IV should die before Victoria reached her majority, it was therefore his policy that Victoria and her mother should be isolated from everyone who could hinder these plans. There is little doubt that Conroy used his influence to intensify the strain between the Duchess and the court. His plan seems to have been to follow the age-long Hanoverian precedent of building up a rival court round the throne. One method was to institute a kind of royal progress to show Victoria, and even more her mother, as a possible regent to the people of England. Accordingly, from 1832, when Victoria was 13, a series of visits to the great houses of such peers as were not firmly attached to the court was arranged. There were benefits to Victoria's education in such tours, if her mother's attitude denied to her daughter the familiarity with court life and the duties that would subsequently be hers. She did at least gain some knowledge of the country over which she was to rule. Nevertheless, except in a purely geographical sense, it was a limited knowledge. Victoria became acquainted with the life of the great country houses and with the pattern of aristocratic living, but she saw little of that of the mass of the people, except what could be observed along the roads over which their coach travelled, or at the inns at which occasionally they were forced to stop for the night. It was on her first tour that she caught a glimpse of the new industrial nation which, by the end of her life, was to overtake the England of the coaching era to which her early journeys belonged. After changing horses at Birmingham, the young traveller commented in her journal on an extraordinary building flaming with fire, and that the country continues black, engines flaming, coals in abundance everywhere, smoking and burning coal heaps, intermingled with wretched huts and carts and little ragged children. These semi-royal progresses aroused William IV to fury, because the Duchess contrived that wherever they went they were received by the local dignitaries with addresses and demonstrations of loyalty. When the party lunched at Shrewsbury on their way to Welshpool, the mayor presented the young princess with a silver-topped oaken box filled with Shrewsbury cakes. When they arrived at Welshpool, they were escorted into the town, which was decorated with arches, branches, flowers, position in which she would be placed. Not surprisingly, the Duchess was frozen into speechless indignation, and poor Victoria burst into tears, which in moments of emotion was always prone to do. Now here we have a picture drawn of Victoria of herself after she had contracted typhoid at Ramsgate in October 1835. Yeah, she doesn't look very well, does she? Nevertheless, it is probable that in her heart Victoria agreed with her uncle, at least in thinking that her mother was surrounded by evil advisers who intended to use the Regency, if it occurred, for their own advancement. By now, she had received ample proof of this, and her detestation of Sir John Conroy was deep and lasting. In the October of 1835, she had contracted typhoid at Ramsgate, and for the rest of the month had been desperately ill. While she was still weak and convalescent, Sir John, abetted by the Duchess, had tried to wring a signed promise from Victoria that when she became Queen, she would appoint him to the key position of her private secretary. Somehow, as she told Lord Melbourne later, she found the strength and determination to refuse. The forlorn misery that she endured then was an experience that for years she could neither forgive nor forget. It embittered her relations with her mother, and left her with no liking for her mother's lady-in-waiting, Lady Flora Hastings, a fact which was later to have disastrous consequences for them both. This coldness is apparent in her. In her journal, which her mother had given to Victoria on her 13th birthday, so that she could keep a record of their coming visit to Wales, it was fortunate for future historians that the habit, begun then of writing up the events of the day, persisted throughout her life, thus providing invaluable clues to her immediate reactions to events as they happened. Now this page that we've just passed illustrates the Stockton and Darlington Railway. So we should find out more about this as we carry on. Until she became Queen, this journal must be used with a realisation of its limitations. It was not a secret diary. Her mother and her governess saw it regularly, and young Victoria learned to practice the wisdom of keeping her thoughts to herself when these were critical of the people around her. She confined herself to a meticulous account of her daily doings, of such subjects as were on their journeys. They changed horses, descriptions of the places where they stayed, the names of the people they met, and later the books that she read or the concerts she attended. Her personal opinions were confined to such subjects, and from them the historian can discover who were her favourite singers, actors or authors. There is no mention of the jealousies and pressures which later made her describe her childhood as a sad one. Even shall see you very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody, this is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I'm going to do a second reading of a chapter from this book, The Life and Times of Victoria. It's by Dorothy Marshall, and we were looking at the courtship position because I am only the husband and not the master of the house. There was nevertheless one sphere in which Albert could make himself master in his own house, and which would appeal to a man of his orderly mind. In the running of the royal household, administrative chaos and financial incompetence reigned supreme. 3 great officers of state were responsible for the running of the palace: the Lord Steward, the Lord Chamberlain, and the Master of the Horse, each independent of the other, and none with a deputy resident in the palace. The result was a nightmare of demarcation and restrictive practices, which would make the most hidebound trade union look like a model of rational administration. For instance, the Lord Steward was responsible for providing the fuel and laying the fires, but it was the duty of the Lord Chamberlain to light them. The Lord Chamberlain provided the lamps, but the Lord Steward was responsible for their cleaning, trimming, and lighting. The result was that the domestic staff were undisciplined, the palace badly run, and the bills enormous. To cleanse this Aegean stable was a formidable task, for everyone, from the highest to the lowest, had a vested interest in the status quo. For 3 years the prince battled on, but by gross mismanagement of the royal nursery. Since his marriage, he had bottled up his resentment of the Baroness, whose influence over his wife he thought too great and also undesirable. Finally, he lost his temper with the thoroughness that only a patient person driven too far can do. Victoria's response was to fly into one of her rages, upbraiding her husband with reproaches of every kind. howls and morphs of the dear Highland hills around Balmoral, the trees of Windsor Great Park, the golden haze over the Solent from the alcove at Osborne, where the Queen liked to work in summer. Marina Warner's narrative draws on contemporary accounts and Queen Victoria's own journals to describe her private life and the part her painting and her subjects played in it. From the pictures and the text, the direct and charmingly naive force of Queen Victoria's character emerges, showing her as gayer, lighter, and much less severe than the usual image of the redoubtable creator of the Victorian age. Now, this book was published in 1979, and the contents are acknowledgements, introduction, and then the different chapters. Number 1 is Kensington Palace. Number 2, Souvenirs de l'Opera. 3 is Dear Dear Face. 4, Scenes from Family Life. 5, Travels Abroad. 6, The Highland Haven. 7, Family and Empire. And then an epilogue, bibliography, references, and an index. That's quite pretty, isn't it? So this picture, okay, lots of things for me to mispronounce. In 1845, the danseuse Vienna Soir danced before the Queen in her own theatre, Her Majesty's at the Haymarket. Okay, so there's just a picture of that. Let's have a look at the introduction. Queen Victoria personified, to an uncanny degree, the values of the era that is justly called after her. Over the 63 years of her reign, she was the cynosure of all eyes, and her influence governed the direction, ambition, and ideals of the subjects under her. In the first sense of the word, she was the cliché of our age, the cast from which it took its unique imprint. She was thrifty, but capable of largesse. She was affectionate, even passionate, but rarely unbridled and never wanton. She was a devoted mother, but had decided ideas about the duties of children. The deadliest sin in her view was sloth, and the parable most suited to her nature and the character of her times is that of the talents, with its stern warning that native gifts should never lie buried and unused. But Victoria was not puritanical, and she made her industry serve her pleasure. She kept with infectious enthusiasm a journal of her life from 1832 until perception of his homeland was reflected in the conduct of foreign policy. Her attraction to exoticism, dark-eyed and dusky, is part of the dream that took the English to Africa, India and all points far away. Victoria was too practical to adopt the confessional tone, too dedicated to self-improvement to make an exhibition of herself. Yet she also had a prodigal capacity for self-revelation. Her drawings and her paintings are guileless as she was. Their strength is her strength, impetuosity, quick decisiveness, spontaneity, loyalty to her own perception, obstinacy in her likes and dislikes, readiness to admire, to enjoy and to praise. Okay, let's have a look at some other pictures. So this one is Kensington Palace. And this is a picture of Louise Lezen, created a Hanoverian baroness by King George IV in 1826, was the most important influence on Victoria's childhood. She became devoted to the princess with maternal and possessive intensity. And here we have a small red leather sketch pad with horizontal pages, was given to Princess Victoria by Lezen in 1827 when she was 8 years old. In it she drew this picture of herself with her hair fresh out of screw papers, all curly. And this, that's quite sweet actually. One of Victoria's earliest drawings from her first sketchbook, before Richard Westall's tuition had begun to tell. And this picture on brown paper, looks like there's pencil and bits of white, a little bit of brown, some darker pencil marks. This is Lezen, the princess's first regularly available sitter, inspired portraits which reveal that assurance of line and spontaneity of approach, which remained Victoria's strongest artistic qualities. And this looks like a picture of that lady from the back. And here we have, on her mother's birthday, the 17th of August, Victoria often presented her with a highly finished watercolour copied from her drawing master, Richard Westall. These tie-release peasants with their prettily coloured local costume show his influence clearly. And on this side, the careful study of the horse Shrewsbury was also copied from Westall as a present for Mamma. So, Richard Westall appears to have been her tutor, and this is by two small children. In July 1834, the princess was desolate and immediately sketched from memory Eliza in her travelling clothes. Now on the right here we have Victoria craved gaiety, fancy dress, provided it, and she and Victoire Conroy, a constant companion, often created costumes out of shawls and borrowed necklaces, and came down to dinner as a nun or an old Turkish lawyer or an Italian brigand's wife. And also here is Sir John Conroy above, was ambitious for a regency, which would give him power over the Queen through her mother, and he used his daughter Victoire left to help spread rumours that Victoria was immature, unhealthy, and incompetent to reign. So this is his daughter. And here we have Lady Catherine Jenkinson, daughter of Lord Liverpool, often accompanied Victoria on her royal progresses to different parts of England. Riding was one of the princess's chief pleasures, and though custom demanded that she ride side saddle, she went with greater brio, I think that says, than is suggested by her sketch of a riding party below right in decorous Tunbridge Wells. Well, that's quite good, isn't it? Let's see if there's a description for this picture. Yeah. Previous page. Staying at Chatsworth House in Derbyshire in the autumn of 1832, Victoria saw her first game of charades played by the large house party. She did not take part, but the occasion made a vivid impression on her, and tableaux vivants remained a favourite pastime all her life. Now, let me see. So, it says, Victoria observed with close interest two young queens whom she met when she was 14. Amelia, the ex-Empress of Brazil, left, and her very stout stepdaughter, Donna Maria de Gloria of Portugal. Here. Looks like she's got a double chin and quite a thick neck. this sketch to her friend and confidant, the Duchess of Sutherland, mistress of the robes, to show her certain details she wanted in the white dresses trimmed with white roses that were worn by the 12 maids of honour at her wedding. And this little sketch says the day after her wedding, Victoria drew this quick sketch of herself in a veil of Honiton lace wreathed in orange blossom. A couple more landscapes. This is Victoria and Albert's first home, was at Windsor Castle, which had been successfully restored, remodelled and redecorated in the romantic spirit of the Gothic revival by Geoffrey Wyatville, Victoria's uncle George IV. And here we have, this is Windsor as well. Enormous sums of money were spent on improvements at Windsor, some purely decorative, others urgently necessary, such as a modern drainage system in 1859, after the Queen drew this view from her sitting room. The buildings that crowded up to the castle walls were raised. And here, in May 1842, James Planchet was commissioned to dress Victoria and Albert as Edward III and Philippa for a ball to raise funds for the silk workers of Spitalfields. The Queen added these rough sketches to her diary and then asked Edwin Landseer to commemorate the costumes in a monumental portrait. And here we have Pussy was the nickname of the Princess Royal. Victoria etched here by her mother as she is washed in the royal nursery. Okay, right, so I'm going to leave it there. I'm about halfway through, I think. If you've enjoyed this little look at Queen Victoria's sketchbook, please let me know in the comments down below, and I'll do another video and we'll finish looking at this. Maybe I could read more of the text. Anyway, this is Kate, the Library Whispers. So thank you so much for joining me, and I shall see you very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello youngest son Leopold, born in 1853, suffered from any innate ailment. He was a haemophiliac and died at the age of 31. Victoria's is a formidable record of maternity and unrepresentative of the time, when death from puerperal fever was commonplace and infant mortality high. She was aware that she had been more fortunate than many women. Few were or are better than I was, she wrote, not in a tone of pride, but of compassion. But in a telling image she called maternity the shadow side of life. So let's have a look at this drawing on this side. So it says Victoria and Albert were deeply absorbed in the upbringing of their children, although of course the nursery was fully staffed with nursemaids like the one in this ink sketch. And here we see Vicky, the firstborn, made quick progress at about the time of this pen and ink sketch. Vicky was reading before me, and so nicely. The toy pram she is pushing was an innovation. The perambulator itself was a very recent Victorian product. In a letter to Vicky, soon after her daughter's marriage in 1858, she revealed some of the strain her enormous family had cost her. Now, to reply to your observation that you find a married woman has much more liberty than an unmarried one, in one sense of the word she has, but what I meant was, in a physical point of view, and if you have hereafter, as I had constantly for the first 2 years of my marriage, aches and sufferings and miseries and plagues, which you must struggle against, and enjoyments, etc., to give up, constant precautions to take, you will feel the yoke of a married woman. I had 9 times for 8 months to bear with those above-named enemies and real misery, besides many duties, and I own it, tried me sorely. One feels so pinned down, one's wings clipped, only half oneself, and therefore I think our sex a most unenviable one. Queen Victoria had all her children at home, either at Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle. The Queen's physician, Akusha, was in attendance at each birth, and the same monthly nurse, Mrs. Lilly, assisted her throughout all her confinements. christening day, June the 3rd, 1843. Sorry, I've just been distracted by the noise outside. Let's have a look at these. So here we have... Okay, so both of these drawings, of Vicky were made when the Queen was absorbed with etching, and she later engraved them and gave prints to her friends. Eos, the greyhound, pictured here with the 2-year-old Vicky, was the Prince Consort's favourite dog. He brought her from Coburg, and when she died he had her statue placed on the sculpture terrace at Osborne, where it is today. Okay, we've got more hailstones. Anyway, on the right here, until they were 5 or 6, Victorian children of both sexes wore dresses, the only difference being that the girls' skirts were gored, while those of the boys, like Arthur's pictured here, were pleated. And then below here we have, on New Year's Day 1844, Vicky, aged 3, was dressed up in a blue and white silk dress copied from a West portrait of Princess Charlotte. Okay, Pussy absorbed her mother more than any of the subsequent children. She is sketched crawling, being bathed by her nurse, taking her bottle and showing the first signs of interest in the external world, in a coloured ball, in a caged bird. Okay, I'm actually going to leave it there because the noise outside is quite deafening, and I've had so many interruptions in this particular recording, so I will come back to this in another video, but I hope you enjoyed what I've managed to read up to now anyway. So I shall say, this is Kate at the Library Whispers saying I shall see you very, very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody, this is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today we're going to take another look at Queen Victoria's sketchbook. It's a book by Marina Warner. last century's sanguine, savoury nonchalance. His laconic wit was the epitome of aristocratic wiggishness. Albert, whom she was to marry less than 3 years after she became queen, was a blueprint of 19th century German romanticism. Emotional, serious, high-minded, diligent, and often tormented. she felt safe. He alone inspires me with that feeling of great confidence and, I may say, security. The young Queen absorbed Lord Melbourne's views on matters trivial and grave with equal interest. Through her diary we know that he told her trees never grew so well in Ireland and were all a little bent from the wind blowing across the Atlantic. But we know too that this very experienced, subtle, discerning man took immense pains to lead Victoria to understand government, and that he was the only person to do so at the time. He undertook her first political education, a duty that he discharged in the main with wisdom, a light touch, imitable tact, and profound responsibility. They saw each other every day, and both were the happier for it. In each case, the friendship was a sudden brightness. Lord Melbourne's rich prospects of happiness had been ruined by his marriage to the erratic Lady Caroline Lamb, who died in 1828, a year before their only son. Melbourne had no child, Victoria no father. Charles Greville, the diarist, thought their love unconsciously sexual, but realised the degree of frustrated family feeling on both sides. I have no doubt he is passionately fond of her, as he might be of his daughter if he had one, and the more because he is a man with a capacity for loving without having anything in the world to love. But ambiguous relations, neither blood nor contract, are always socially disturbing. The crowd booed Victoria at Ascot. Mrs. Melbourne, they called. When in 1839 Victoria faced the loss of Melbourne as her Prime Minister, to be replaced by Sir Robert Peel, she panicked. robes, carrying the sword of state at the head of the solemn procession in the abbey. And he found the sword excessively heavy, according to Victoria. And this picture on this side is taken from her apartment in Buckingham Palace. Victoria could look across to Westminster Abbey, where her resplendent coronation took place on the 28th of June 1838. Okay. Benjamin Disraeli, watching the ceremony from the Commons pews, observed that Melbourne carried the sword like a butcher, tripped over his robes and pitched his coronet over his nose. Lord Melbourne himself was so exhausted by the long ritual that he revived himself with a glass of wine off the altar in St. Edward's Chapel, on which, rather to Victoria's disapproval, sandwiches were also being served. But she had no word of reproach for Lord Melbourne's need, and when he complained he found the sword excessively heavy, she rejoined in sympathy, "The crown hurt me a good deal." She drew herself in the same album, a tiny figure viewed from the back. This is the picture, I think. Swamped in a mantle and almost toppled by a disproportionately huge crown. It had been made specially for her, set with all the historic stones, to weigh much less, just over half, the ancient crown of England called St. Edward's. It is interesting that Victoria, trained to notice details of braid and embroidery, pattern and cut in the costumes of ballet and opera, should show such rough disregard for the different robes that marked each stage of the sovereign's investment. She mentions them by name in her diary: the dalmatic, the supertunica of cloth and gold, the purple velvet kirtle and mantle, but indistinct scribble is all they merit in her drawings. The light slippers, just like ballet shoes embroidered with rosebuds, and the royal arms in gold and lined with white satin, reading "All Hail Victoria" in a wreath of rose, thistle and shamrock are ignored. The richly ornate bold brocade of her golden cope, also worked in the national symbols, is not even hinted at. She did take a little more trouble over her own face, showing how her hair was plaited and looped round her ears to show off their neatness. So yeah, this picture is Victoria wearing her circles of diamonds before the crowning. Victoria prayed. Her drawings of the ceremony are deeply serious. She recorded none of the mishaps and hitches and bewilderment that resulted from the lack of rehearsals. And this picture is Lady Fanny Cowper, daughter of Lord Melbourne's sister, was one of the 8 train bearers attending the Queen with wreaths of silver, corn and pink roses in their hair, and more roses on their silver and white satin dresses. In spite of her attachment to Lord Melbourne, Victoria had eyes for others, and a number of much younger men saunter through the pages of her sketchbooks in a variety of fetching costumes. Under Melbourne's influence, she assumed publicly a certain cynicism towards marriage, but this did not prevent famously praising him as quiet, unassuming, sensible, and highly talented. The man who fascinated her so much that while at the opera she watched him rather than the stage was someone she had known as a child but never met again since, her cousin Charles, the Duke of Brunswick. Seeing him from a distance at a ball, Victoria was struck. He was in a black and dark blue uniform with silver, his hair hanging wildly about his face, his countenance pale and haggard. I was very sorry I could not see him. Debray for once. The Duke had been declared unfit to rule. A coup of 1830 had placed his brother on the throne instead. I must say I think it was well felt in him not to come near, adds Victoria, a little uncertainly. En revanche, his gentleman came very near, and I had a full view of him. He has nothing at all fierce or tigerish about him, except his long but tidy hair. She was obviously gripped when two ladies who have seen him, the Duke, at the balls, tell me that when close by his expression is dreadful, so very fierce and desperate. The Saturnines desperado, this royal Heathcliff who so stirred Victoria's young curiosity, never regained his birthright. He became a collector of diamonds and died childless in Geneva in 1873. So I think this is him. Charles the exiled Duke of Brunswick, and I think this might be a picture of him too. He has a very fine, dark and stern countenance, she noted. The Queen was not entirely free to choose. Since her childhood, Mamma and Uncle Leopold, the shapers of her future, had planned, even schemed, that she should marry her first cousin, Prince Albert, the son of their brother, Duke Ernest of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. Both children had been brought up to expect it, but in July 1839, although Victoria remembered Albert with affection from his few days' visit in 1836, she wrote anxiously to Leopold, repudiating any idea that she had promised herself in marriage. After 2 years as an independent queen, regnant, she thought she wanted to remain so. It was therefore with feelings of hurt impatience that Prince Albert arrived at Windsor with his brother Ernest that winter. But the appearance of the man who loved music and art and science, as well as nightingales, banished instantly all Victoria's reluctance and indifference. She stood at the top of the stairs at Windsor Castle to receive them, and immediately Albert stirred all her quick appreciativeness of good looks in men and all her ready, generous feelings. It was with some emotion that I beheld Albert, who is beautiful, she wrote in her diary. The next day she was enraptured by him. Albert really is quite charming and so excessively handsome, such beautiful blue eyes, an exquisite nose, and such a pretty mouth with delicate mustachios and slight but very slight whiskers, a beautiful figure, broad in the shoulders and a fine waist. She danced with him. He danced beautifully. She Saxe-Coburg got that. Victoria's uncle and later King of the Belgians was her chief advisor and my real father, for I have none. That's what she says. And here we have Sir William Ross painted a miniature of Prince Albert for the Queen in the year of their engagement. She had it set in jewels and wore it as a bracelet all her life. This pencil sketch is an early copy of it. They were both 20, Albert the younger by just 3 months. The greatest difference between them was that Victoria had the unique psychological transparency that makes her diary such a compelling record of her life, while Albert was a closed character. In spite of a life of brilliant activity and splendid achievement, Albert remains a man across whom falls a shadow, the shadow of unlikability. Yet he was a man of very fine quality, and Victoria's avowed inferiority complex beside him was well founded. In his 20s, before balding and thickening spoiled his appearance, he was indeed princely, tall, slender but strong, with a clear blue gaze of a Saxon and a romantic, well-cut profile, shapely hands and long legs set off very well by the daring cutaway coats and tight breeches then in vogue. He was also able, well instructed, widely read, clever, filled with intellectual curiosity and the application to satisfy it. His education devised by Leopold and the Coburg family, Shaman, Baron Stockmar, unsupervised by their well-liked tutor, Christoph Florschutz, took him to Brussels, Bonn and Rome, and placed him in contact with such stimulating minds as Lambert Quetelet, the mathematician, and Emmanuel Fitch, the philosopher. Yet for all his practical side, Albert was rather a dreamer, a man who gave way to stormy feelings at the piano or the organ, which he played well, who had a genuine collector's passion for art, not just the interest of conventional politeness. He was not easily approachable. Victoria, his elder daughter, and a few intimates like Stockmar loved him, but in general he was admired and respected. The force of Victoria's love for him was such that perhaps she liked to have Albert this way, exclusively her own, but there is every indication that it did not make him happy. He was, in the double sense of the word, étranger, a foreigner, an outsider. He spoke excellent English, but German was his mother tongue. His combination of industry and sentiment, his persevering quest for moral improvement through art, reflected the highest philosophical ideas of German Romanticism. Victoria, with her intuitive responses, saw in him this German atavism. Her favourite portrait of Albert, amongst very many that were painted, was by Robert Thorburn. At the Queen's request, he is dressed as a medieval Teutonic knight. After the announcement of their engagement, Albert returned to Germany to say goodbye. He had a taste of his future wife's obstinacy when she appointed George Anson to be his private secretary instead of someone of Albert's choice. Anson had occupied the same post on Lord Melbourne's staff, and Albert, who had pronounced ideas on the political neutrality of constitutional monarchy, did not want to be associated with Whiggery. Immediately he arrived in England. But Victoria would have her way, and Albert on this occasion acquiesced. There were other problems too. The Tories, angered by Victoria's open partisanship with the Whigs, reduced the customary grant Whispers saying, I shall see you very, very soon. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. Hello everybody, this is Kate from the Library of Whispers. Now I've taken a look at this lovely old vintage book a couple of times, I think. It's called Queen Victoria's Sketchbook. It's by Marina Warner, age was a native of Glasgow, and after scraping a living in Scotland as a scene painter and snuff box decorator, he came south to improve his fortunes. He became a favourite instructor in aristocratic circles. He was a good raconteur and an entertaining mimic, and he soon found that he had a great relish for society. One of his pupils, Sir Coots Lindsay, later the owner Marquis of Coburg. The foundation stone was laid by the Queen on the 28th of September 1853, with much dancing of reels and even sips of whisky at the Gillies ball that evening. Following Albert's example, Victoria threw herself with unconditional enthusiasm into the life of the Highlands, and thus hallowed the Scottish mystique that Sir Walter Scott's writings precipitous place above Glen Isla, Albert scribbled on a bit of paper that he had lunched at this spot. He then stuck the note in the ground in a seltzer water bottle for the wonder of later travellers. Victoria was inspired to experiment with different media, and in the 50s briefly took up oils, so venerated by Albert, marked by that honesty and sympathy which always distinguish the inhabitants of mountainous countries. His blonde good looks and blue eyes, his vigorous, light, elastic tread, which the Queen found quite astonishing, added to the picture of Celtic purity in an era before Nazi ideology had made such attitudes suspect. He was courageous and quick, and above all, handy. High praise in Victoria's lexicon. He twice saved the Queen from nasty coach accidents by his presence of mind, and when she was threatened by a pistol-brandishing Fenian in 1872, it was Brown alone who noticed the danger and seized the assailant by the throat. In 1865, she appointed him to the special post of the Queen's Highlands servant, to attend me always and everywhere out of doors, and it is a real comfort, for he is so devoted to me, so simple, so intelligent, so unlike any ordinary servant, and so cheerful and attentive. Queen Victoria had a special feeling for her servants' friendship. She warned Vicky against changing hers often, for then there can be no mutual attachment, but I think you don't care much for the inestimable comfort and value of a truly devoted and attached and trustworthy servant. Initial enthusiasm in court circles for John Brown's reviving influence on the widowed Queen soon waned. The informality of his manners, so relished by Victoria, seemed insolent to many around her. His drunkenness, his privileges, his prejudices, and his unspoken but very real prerogatives infuriated almost everyone, the Prince of Wales in particular, and gave rise to angry and malicious comment in the press. But in spite of his attaining the rank of esquire, when the Queen moved him to serve her indoors as well as out, her gaining considerable increases in revenue, he remained a servant. On his death he was commemorated by an astonishing tribute. The faithful and devoted personal attendant and friend is immortalised in copper plate engraving at the base of a column in the personal pantheon of Victoria, the mausoleum at Frogmore. Now this little sketch on the left-hand side is, in spite of her assiduous widowhood, Queen Victoria never lost her sense of fun, as it is shown by this lively picture of her taking tea in a snowstorm up in the Cairngorms. And then here on the right, the Queen welcomed Albert's passion for deer stalking and often followed the hunting party on horseback or on foot, recording in her sketchbook such scenes as these two keepers tensely watching for game. Benjamin Disraeli became Prime Minister for most of 1868 and again from 1874 to 1880, fascinated and flattered the Queen into renewed interest in her ever more splendid realm. Both he and John Brown, at the same period of the Queen's life, knew how to handle her, how to reassure and complete her when she was stalked by Albert's ghost, which made her feel bereft and hesitant and inadequate. John Brown called her a woman, and Disraeli the fairy. John Brown told her it was very pleasant to walk with a person who is always content. Disraeli in conversation would say, "We authors, Mom." Her zest, her wit, her liveliness returned in the decade of the 70s. She was wreathed in smiles, wrote Disraeli after one of their many long audiences. And as she tattled, she glided about the room like a bird. She did not paint Dissy's seemed compelling, bony and ironic face, but among her sketches made at this date appears one where she spent her early life until she became queen. At that time, Kensington was a quiet district cut off from the bustle of the main city by market gardens and country lanes. The palace was not a very comfortable home from all accounts. In later years, Victoria called it dreadfully dull, dark and gloomy, and referred to our Kensington friends, the black beetles, for it was infested with insects. Victoria's mother was a German princess, and her father was Edward, Duke of Kent, the fourth son of King George III. The Duke of Kent's eldest brother was already reigning over the country as regent since George III had been blind and mentally ill for some years. The regent was crowned George IV in 1820. Not many months after Victoria was born, her father died heavily in debt, leaving his Duchess and her family, Princess Theodora and Prince Charles, children by her first marriage, and Victoria, penniless. She was thinking of returning to her home in Germany when her brother, Prince Leopold of Saxe-Coburg, came to her rescue and made her an allowance. The family lived on this until 1825, when Parliament recognised that Victoria was the probable heiress to the throne, heiress presumptive, and voted £6,000 yearly for her education and keep. As a child, Victoria was given to outbursts of rage and would stamp her feet and shriek to get her own way. She positively refused to learn her alphabet. Later, her governess, Baroness Letzen, won her over, and she grew into a well-mannered and polite little girl who loved to ride her donkey and enjoyed Punch and Judy shows. During these early days, Victoria's kindly uncle Leopold took a great interest in her, until he became King of the Belgians in 1831. He lived in Surrey, and it was a great treat for Victoria to visit him there. Many of Victoria's royal relations, however, both German and English, were disreputable. Her mother felt that she should have as little to do with them as possible, and kept her from seeing them. This did not please William IV, who had become king in 1830 on the death of George IV. The Duchess was firmly supported in her view by Sir John Conroy, Comte Controller of her household, who was an ambitious man, anxious for power. Victoria hated him, although she was quite friendly with his daughter to start with. So here is an illustration of Victoria's mother, the Duchess of Kent, 1786 to 1861, and on this side is Sir John Conroy, 1786 to 1854. Later, when Victoria became queen, he tried to force her to make him her private secretary, which was a very important position at the time, but she refused. The Duchess brought up Victoria to rely on her for everything. She was good at arithmetic and drawing and learned poetry by heart. On Thursdays she had a dancing lesson, which she loved, and music on Fridays. She liked to sing and had a good voice. In 1828, Victoria's half-sister, Theodora, married Prince Ernest of Hohenlohe-Langenburg, and Victoria, then 9 years old, was a bridesmaid and wore a lace dress. After the wedding, Theodora sailed for Germany. Victoria turned back to her dolls, treating them as friends. She had 132 of them and played with them until she was nearly 14. As Victoria grew into her teens, the Duchess of Kent felt that she should learn something of the country she was to rule and become known to the people who were to be her subjects. Victoria travelled with her mother about the country in a carriage drawn by grey horses with pink silk reins, and with poster boys dressed in pink silk jackets and black hats. Wherever they went, they were warmly welcomed. When they visited the Isle of Wight and went sailing on the Solent, Victoria loved sailing. Naval vessels were continually firing salutes to them. Victoria's uncle, King William IV, objected to this and ordered that in future salutes were to be fired only when the king or queen was on board. Now here, at the top, we have an illustration of Princess Victoria at Cowes with her mother. And on this side we have an illustration of William IV, 1765 to 1837. In spite of these holidays, however, Victoria led a dull life on the whole. She kept a diary which tells us a good deal about what happened in the family from day to day. Although she wrote up this journal every day throughout her long life, sometimes writing several pages, even at the end of a tiring day, we only have the diaries from her early years before she came to the throne. After her death, her youngest daughter, Princess Beatrice, destroyed the rest, feeling they were too private for other people to read. There were occasional very splendid parties at Windsor Castle, and sometimes her young German cousins came to stay at Kensington Palace. She first met her cousin Albert, Prince of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, in May 1836. She liked him and wrote in her diary, Duchess of Kent, who had hoped to remain very much in the limelight, was put firmly in the background. Victoria immediately ordered her bed to be moved from her mother's room to a separate bedroom of her own. Later, when the household moved to Buckingham Palace, her mother, the Duchess, was expected to send a note asking for permission before she visited the Queen's apartment. In contrast, Victoria had great affection for Baroness Ledson, who was asked to stay on at court to help with personal matters and with letters. Now that she no longer referred to her mother for everything, Victoria needed an advisor, and she was lucky enough to have two extremely able men at hand to help her. One was Baron Stockmar, who was sent by her uncle Leopold to give her advice and guidance. With the many difficulties surrounding formal and social occasions of life at court, the Queen had complete confidence in him, and he always placed the interest of the Queen and her country before all else. And here is a picture of him. The second was Lord Melbourne, the Prime Minister, who with affection and skill set out to instruct her in the work of government. His tactful, worldly wise advice gave Victoria support and courage. Lord Palmerston, here, the Foreign Secretary at this time, also played a part in her early training. So the reign of Queen Victoria started in style. She was a great success of the formal and rather boring official dinners and receptions, although she much preferred riding and theatre going. She loved informal parties and was always happy to stay up half the night dancing and then watch the sun rise behind St. Paul's and the towers of Westminster. And here is an illustration at the bottom of sunrise behind St. Paul's. There is St. Paul's Cathedral, and here is the Thames. All this energy and youthful enthusiasm was a wonderful change from the dull and quarrelsome court life when her uncle William IV had been king. This happy state of affairs did not last. Her beloved Lord Melbourne had to resign because his government did not have the country's confidence, and she had a row with his successor, Sir Robert Peel. Victoria did not like Peel, whose chilly smile she described as like the silver plate on a coffin, although later she learned to appreciate his statesman-like qualities and loyalty. The row was over the Queen's ladies-in-waiting and was really due to a misunderstanding. All the ladies were wives of men in Lord Melbourne's party, the Whigs, and Sir Robert wanted some of them replaced by ladies whose husbands were from his own party, the Tories. Victoria thought he wanted all her ladies replaced, and she refused point blank. Not even the Duke of Wellington, who was always sent for in moments of crisis, was able to persuade her to change her mind. In the end, Sir Robert was unable to form a government because of the difficulty. Lord Melbourne came back and struggled on as Prime Minister until 1841. The man who had by far the greatest influence moustache and slight, but very slight, whiskers, as she wrote in her diary. The prince was gifted as well as being one of the best-looking men in Europe, and had wide interests. Even so, Victoria still preferred to dance all night, rather than sit and listen to his earnest discussions with authors, scientists and economists. Albert refused to let her order him about. She was queen, but she was also his wife, and in those days a wife was expected to love, honour and obey her husband. Victoria soon realised she had married not just a handsome prince, but a man of great intelligence and virtue. They settled down to a happy family life and had 9 children, 4 sons and 5 daughters. Princess Victoria was born at the end of 1840. Then came Edward, Bertie, Prince of Wales, who eventually succeeded Victoria as King Edward VII in 1901. As the heir to the throne, Bertie's education was very strict, but he was a disappointment to his parents, since he was not clever. However, he later became a popular prince, both at home and overseas, and served his country well. So down here we have children of Albert and Victoria. Here is Prince Alfred. This is the Prince Consort, Princess Helena, Princess Alice, Prince Arthur. The baby is Princess Beatrice. Here is the Queen, Victoria, Princess Royal, Princess Louise, Edward, Prince of Wales, and Prince Leopold. The royal couple's way of life set an example which had considerable influence on life and behaviour both at court and outside it. In time, the whole of the Queen's reign, 1837 to 1901, came to be called the Victorian Age, yet even today, Victorian is used to describe many different aspects of life during that period of over 60 years. It was an age of great contrasts, and more than one view is needed when surveying such a complex period. For example, Victorian girls, even in wealthy families, had little real education. Although Florence Nightingale managed to break free and to lead her own life, few could do the same. Upper-class parents refused to let their daughters become nurses or take a job. They were taught a few social graces, accomplishments, in preparation for marriage, which meant a life of service to the husband's wishes. This attitude towards the education of girls and the position of women is often called Victorian. Apart from this, social snobbery was everywhere to be seen. The contrast between life upstairs and downstairs, the servant's place was extreme, and everyone was expected to know his or her place. Thus, the age of Queen Victoria has often been branded as smug and two-faced, hypocritical. Violent Queen's Crystal Palace in Hyde Park. She wrote in her diary, "For that day, this day is one of the greatest and most glorious days of our lives, with which, to my pride and joy, the name of my dearly beloved Albert is forever associated." She goes on, "The park presented a wonderful spectacle, crowds streaming through it. The day was bright and all bustle and excitement. Vicky and Bertie were in our carriage. Vicky was dressed in lace of white satin with a small wreath of pink silk roses in her hair. Bertie was in full Highland dress. The Green Park and Hyde Park were one mass of densely crowded human beings in the highest good humour and most enthusiastic. The glimpse through the iron gates, the waving palms and flowers, the myriads of people filling the galleries and seats gave a sensation I shall never forget. I felt much moved." There are several good stories about Queen Victoria, although not all of them are true. One legend about the Great Exhibition is well known. At breakfast one day, the Queen asked Albert why he was so moody and unhappy. He explained that hundreds of sparrows had been trapped inside the Crystal Palace, which enclosed 3 huge elm trees. Their droppings would ruin many of the 14,000 exhibits from all over the world. No one could suggest a solution to the problem. Finally, someone thought of asking the Duke of Wellington, who is here in this illustration. In answer to a summons to Buckingham Palace, the Duke is said to have replied, "Field Marshal, the Duke of Wellington presents his humble duty to Her Majesty." The Duke of Wellington has the honour to be Commander-in-Chief to Her Majesty's forces, but the Duke of Wellington is not a birdcatcher. No sooner had the Duke sent the letter than he had second thoughts. He jumped on his horse, rescued the letter from the messenger, and presented himself at Buckingham Palace, where he pronounced his advice, "Sparrowhawks." There had been other more real problems, but on the day all went perfectly. The Queen was a small figure in pink watered silk, brocaded with silver, with diamonds in her hair. Her 2 children, Vicky and Bertie, were at her side. As an eyewitness wrote, "No one with even ordinary feeling could remain unmoved." So down here we have a horse bus on its way to the Great Exhibition. It says Exhibition on the side and Knightsbridge just above. And here is an illustration of Victoria and Albert inside the Crystal Palace with Vicky and Bertie, 2 eldest children. As the opening ceremony drew to a close, an extraordinary thing happened. A Chinese man came out of the crowd and made a deep bow to the Queen. Most people thought this mysterious figure dressed in satin must be a very important person, as he shook hands with the Duke of Wellington and others. Since China had refused the invitation to the opening ceremony, nobody knew what to do, and the royal procession was waiting to start, so the Queen ordered that he should be allowed to walk in the rear of the procession with the ambassadors from other countries. In fact, this Chinese man was called He-Sing and was a fraud. He was a sea captain out for free publicity, to draw people to visit his own show. His Chinese boat moored to the Temple Pier in the Thames. When all this was discovered, everyone took it as a good joke. One of the leaders of the procession was, of course, Sir Joseph Paxton, on the left here. displays of machinery of every description, as well as silks from India, black lace from Spain, and the world-famous Kohinoor diamond. It was the first truly international exhibition and trade fair. Here is an official description of the scene looking north. In the midst is seen the fountain of glass. Behind it, and also in groups near the south entrance, are beautiful tropical plants, sheltered by the elm trees which rise above them. The glitter of the falling water in the gleaming light which pours down in this part of the building, and the artistic arrangement of the objects of art and industry make this a peculiarly attractive part of this immense structure. Furthermore, there was a profit of over £186,000. This was a vast fortune in 1851 and worth millions today. Of course, the highly educated, sensible and sensitive Prince Albert saw to it that this fortune was earmarked for further education in the arts and sciences. Today you can see the result in South Kensington, the Victoria and Albert Museum, the Science Museum, the Natural History and Geological Museums, the Imperial College of Science and Technology, the Royal College of Art, and Royal College of Music, and the Royal Albert Hall. And that is just the short list. Even now, there is still an income of over £25,000 a year to finance educational scholarships. The Crystal Palace itself was moved to Sydenham, where it was rebuilt and opened by the Queen in 1854. For many years, all sorts of festivals were held there: concerts, firework displays, crufts, dog show, balloon ascents, and other forms of entertainment. Then, on the 30th of November 1936, it was burned to the ground. There had been beacons on Sydenham Hill before, in the reign of Elizabeth I, to warn Englishmen of the approach of the Spanish Armada in 1588. But that evening, in 1936, the red glow in the sky was no signal. It was a calamity. Nothing remained but 2 water towers and a tangled jungle of molten glass and twisted iron. Today you will find in its place the Crystal Palace Recreation Centre, which was opened in August 1964. One monument to the Great Exhibition of 1851 is on the steps behind the Albert Hall. The other is the Albert Memorial in the front, a monument which perhaps sums up the self-satisfaction of the times. Prince Albert himself was keenly interested in the latest adventures and discoveries. Steamships were beginning to cross the Atlantic faster than sailing ships. The first bicycles were to be seen. Many streets had gas lighting. The Prince recognised the importance of Faraday's work on electricity, and by this means the Queen later had a telegraphic link between London and her house at Balmoral in Scotland. The other great development was the growth of railways. By 1851, the basis of our present-day railway network was in existence. Before long, the Queen's train to Scotland even had its own toilet. So the Great Exhibition marked a high point in Victoria's long reign. Progress, wealth and luxury were there to see, and the dirt, disease and poverty behind the scenes could be overlooked. Then came the shambles of the Crimean War, 1859 entrance examination, with 400 marks more than any of the men, but she was refused the usual honour award to first place, senior wrangler, because she was a woman. Not until 1948 were women allowed to receive their degree diploma at Cambridge, although Oxford allowed women to receive theirs in 1920. In contrast, the violence and starvation were still causing some concern, but social progress was nevertheless slowly being achieved, and without the bloodshed that accompanied it in other countries in Europe during this period. In contrast, the royal way of life was very different. Both the Queen and Albert loved Scotland, and in the 1850s Prince Albert designed a castle there. Balmoral Castle was near Braemar in the wilds of Aberdeenshire. It had granite walls and a tower 100 foot high. That's 30.4 metres. Inside, the walls and floors were covered with pitch pine, and Victoria's own tartan with a white stripe was in every room. There were tartan curtains, tartan chair covers, even tartan linoleum on the floor. Prince Albert had already designed a separate Balmoral tartan in red and grey. Stag's antlers hung everywhere, and bronze figures of Highlanders served as lamps. This is an illustration of Victoria and Albert dancing a Highland reel. Victoria enjoyed staying at Balmoral. Some of her most vivid memories in later life are centred on holidays there. Albert deer-stalking with his servant John Brown, Vicky sitting on a wasp's nest, and a torchlight dance. Victoria spent much of her time there, sketching and painting, and danced the Highland reels with great skill and grace. Albert took a great interest in housing of all kinds. At the time of the Great Exhibition, he had a design made for a block of model houses for working-class families, and this block can still be seen where it was re-erected in Kennington Park, London. Throughout Victoria's reign, however, the majority of people in cities lived in inescapable filth and poverty, despite the heroic efforts of a few pioneers. This picture demonstrates that very thing. In those days, official entertainments were usually held at Windsor Castle. There were few spectacles so imposing as the great Waterloo banqueting hall, crowded with men wearing multicoloured uniforms and women dazzling in their diamonds. Stately portraits decorated the walls. The tables were loaded with gold plates. In the midst of this official splendour, there's on occasions included visits from the King of Prussia, King Louis Philippe of France, and the King of Saxony. The most outstanding personality was the Queen, the little wife who had been walking with her children that morning, who had practised the piano, written up her diary, and inspected her livestock, now shone forth and impressed her distinguished guests. On such occasions, indeed on all occasions, the Queen stuck closely to court rules and behaviour. No one was allowed to speak out of turn, and if anyone dared to take any sort of liberty in conversation at the dinner table, they would receive a crushing reproof. "We are not amused," the Queen was heard to say, when a particular remark displeased her. At their other residence, Osborne House, on the Isle of Wight, which is here, the Prince of Wales, or Bertie, was once late for dinner, through no fault of his own. It is said that he stood behind a pillar, wiping the sweat from his face, as he plucked up enough courage to apologise to his mother. When at last he did so, she house was another home which was designed for Victoria by her beloved Albert. The royal children had a wonderful playground there, with a Swiss cottage for the boys to learn carpentry, and the girls' cookery and housekeeping. The furniture was all made small enough for children, and the Queen and Prince Albert were sometimes invited to tea there. After the end of the Crimean War in 1856, life at court was not quite so jolly or easy. Princess Vicky married the Crown Prince of Prussia and went to live abroad, and Victoria's mother, the Duchess of Kent, died in 1861. The Queen was so upset that Albert had to beg her to pull herself together and lead a normal life. Now this is a picture of Windsor Castle at the bottom. At this time, Albert himself was showing signs of severe strain. He never really relaxed, and daily prepared outlines of letters and government documents for the Queen to see. On top of this, he took an active interest in everything that was going on, and supervised the royal households and estates, and his health suffered in consequence. When he caught a chill in November 1861, no one was particularly alarmed. Lord Palmerston was around, especially as John Brown was there. He had been Albert's personal attendant in Scotland. Now he became more a constant companion than just a servant to the Queen. And here he is down here. There's Victoria. Balmoral in the background. And on this side we have the three Prime Ministers. W.E. Gladstone, Benjamin Disraeli, Lord Salisbury, and this is the Victoria Cross. Many stories are told about John Brown's outspoken manner and his special place in the Queen's household. One day, when Victoria was sketching at Glass Old Shield, a small lodge not far from Balmoral, she was unable to find a table of just the right height for her drawing board. Every table in the lodge had been tried, but none would do. At last, John Brown grabbed the first table he could reach among the many already rejected, and placing it before the Queen said, "The folk canna make one for you." The Queen merely laughed, and accepting the position, made use of the table. At Balmoral too, she kept up the custom of listening to the bagpipes played under her window every morning from 8 to 9 o'clock. Although Victoria was sharply and publicly criticised for hiding away, her critics gradually fell silent, and her popularity slowly returned. Public figures in England who attain great age tend to become popular, whatever their past record may be. So it was with Victoria, and the fact that she escaped several assassination attempts helped this change of attitude towards her. In fact, there had been attempts on her life long before Albert's death. 4 months after her marriage, Victoria and Albert were driving up Constitution Hill in a low carriage when a postboy named Edward Oxford fired 2 shots at her. He was found insane and sent to a lunatic asylum. 2 years later, in May 1842, a youth named Francis fired a pistol at Victoria at exactly the same place on Constitution Hill. He was condemned to death for high treason, but the Queen changed the sentence to transportation for life. The same punishment was given to Robert Bate, an ex-lieutenant of the Hussars, who struck a Queen in the face with a small stick in London. The critical attitude towards the Queen changed most noticeably from November 1871, when the Prince of Wales became dangerously ill with typhoid fever. It was the 10th anniversary of Albert's death, and he had died of typhoid. Then Bertie made a sudden recovery, and a wave of popular sympathy swept the country. So in this picture we have one of London's first trams, and this shows how a revolver was fired at the Queen in an attempt on her life. There's policemen in the background. In 1876, this little old lady, with her short, stout figure in folds of black velvet, muslin streamers, heavy pearls, and a haughty look, became Empress of India. Her personal prestige and popularity were assured, and the monarchy took on a new look. As an institution, it became more strongly established, even if it lost